Welcome to part 12 of our adventure in Hollow Knight Silksong. We begin today's session here in the Coral Chambers, right next to the spa that we discovered in a previous dream when we were continuing to explore the halls. Right now, in terms of the task at hand, we find ourselves on a particular quest here, the Great Taste of Farloom. At the conclusion of the previous stream, we completed the tasks required to collect the first 3 delicacies. We're aware from a clue from the relevant NPC that the crust nut is going to be somewhere in the blasted steppes, so we're going to go back there and explore. The pickled muck maggot, one can safely assume, is going to be somewhere either in Sinner's Road or in the adjoining zone of Bilewater, which we visited quite a few sessions ago but haven't mapped out, so perhaps today we can also resolve the task of mapping out this area over here that we had previously traversed. Now that we have movement powers that are more flexible than ever, having the grappling clawline harpoon as well as the double jump off the Fade-Down cloak. Last time around, we spent a while working out the fight, the very long enemy gauntlet that was in the forum. We decided to hold off on that for the time being while we work on the weapon upgrade quest. And there's a lot to explore that I'm sure is just going to distract us along the way, including some of these other objectives that we have before us. Pin-wielding choirbugs at a citadel. Yeah, I didn't read the fine print on Divine Pins previously. I was wondering why we weren't collecting anything as we were slaughtering everything in sight. But we know which ones those are, and we will search for them as we traverse the citadel as well. And of course, at some point, we're looking forward to the rematch with the Savage Beastfly. I think I have a good sense of where that is because there was something banging against the wall here at the Pilgrim's Rest, and we know from previous experience with our first round with the Savage Beastfly that it loves to bang on walls. And it has been, next to the last judge, the hardest fight that we've had in the game so far, not counting, of course, the forum fight that we mentioned earlier, which we haven't gone back to complete just yet. So, lots of activity awaits in the continuation of our adventure today, and the first task at hand will be to go back to the Blasted Steppes and visit various locations and NPCs and see if we can make some kind of headway when it comes to the crust nut quest. So, every ingredient has had a rather different associated activity with it so far. And so we'll just see what this one is going to be about. Have we gone this way? This wasn't really mapped. Oh yeah, this is just a way that went up to the spawn in the first place. So let's just head to the nearest Ventrica station if we can. It does make sense to just traverse through Coral Chambers as much as we can to defeat some of the pin-wielding choirbugs if we see them along the way. But for the moment, I think we're just going to, take the fast travel route over to the Blasted Steppes over there. This little area that seems to be open above the bench and the flea caravan location by the Grand Gate, we weren't able to traverse through that. It seems like it's exit only from some other point, so we'll have to figure that out as well. Maybe something loops down over there. We don't really know yet. Possibly we need to get down there through some connection point from the slab, but that's currently locked behind the apostate key, so we don't quite know what to do there just yet. So let's just explore the NPC areas and Blasted Steppes. That's probably the first port of call that we should try for. And every time we find a Ventrica vacuum tube station here, we know that we can get to the fast travel points for the Bell Beast at the Grand Bellway, so Let's summon it. And blasted steps, we go. Okay, let's hit the bench first of all. And then we'll go down and go back to the NPC location on the left side. Over there. That should be worth investigating. Oops, no, too low. Let's just get rid of this one while we're at it. Environmental damage will do its work. Down another rung and then to left. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. This is new. A lot of rummaging going on here from new. Oh, welcome, Miss Grown. I've come to inspect the red rocky creatures like new. We have found a very big one, fresh but not too fresh. Now we know that we just took down one of them and his companion receded to the background, so presumably there's going to be a second fight. A pair of beasts attacked me here, burrowing through the stone with their spiral shells. I cut this one down and the other fled. Ooh, ma, really? New wishes that she had the pair. She could have studied much. Unlucky to miss such a big feast of learnings. So, probably there will be a rematch. She and her have red rocky shells to protect their softnesses. Inside is very sweet. Very hard to crack them open though, so it's best to wait. It's always best to wait. This is probably the crust nut that we were hearing about as a delicacy. So, probably we need to hunt the other one. Then. That would kind of make sense because of the set of activities that we've had to do for the other delicacies so far. Most recent one was a courier escort quest. And one thing we hadn't done in connection with those activities yet is a boss fight, so... Also, a grapple point up here. We hadn't seen that previously, so that might give us something to work with. Oh, not quite enough height there, but if we continue from up top, but yeah, we haven't really traversed any of that previously, so that looks like it has some potential. We'll definitely hit the bench up here, though, in just a moment. We haven't really previously been much further to the left. Yeah, it just blows you back. I don't think the map really continues past that point, even though it looks technically open. You can kind of tell from the open but fogged out location on the map that when you see straight lines like that, it's still going to be a hard boundary, kind of like what we saw with Mount Fay and the slab. It seems to open to somewhere else entirely, but it's not actually traversable so far as we know. Oh, let's actually position ourselves properly. We just need to get to that bench up above. Still adjusting to the double jump and how it puts the float on jump 3. Alright, let's talk. Maybe we'll get some insight. Back again, Needlebug. Surely you've more important places calling than these sandy steppes. I shan't stay long, Pinstress. Your home and your skills offer a sense of safety rare about these lands. So yeah, she's not going to tell us anything about the crust nut, but clearly it's the other encounter with New earlier that tells us the crust nut is going to be off the companion boss, the other monkfly, I'm pretty sure. Now, we haven't been able to traverse this previously because the last time we were here we did not have a harpoon, so... Oh, no, that's a problem. But yeah, if we can traverse all the way across with a harpoon, like maybe that gets us to a secondary boss location. That's my current suspicion for what this task will entail. Let's bench up first. New was explicitly telling us what a delicacy it is to munch on the innards of the conch fly, so that sounds like it matches the description of the crust nut, for sure. Oh, you couldn't really see here. I guess we'll have to hit the bench again once we get up top. Let's maybe not lose quite so badly to the visual obstruction of the wind. Oh, also, another grapple point to the left there. Yes, we should go up to the left, in fact. We did not consider that previously either. Again, third jump gets to float to reposition. I guess maybe we would have to go over to the left from here, unless there's... Oh, yeah, there is another grapple point further to the right. However, we're not going to catch it from here. I don't know if we have to get above any further. There we go. And there's another grapple point up top. Let's the silk replenish. Platform over to the right too, so a lot of this is suddenly relevant to us. We'll see what this is about first, since this is going to be new territory. And this is going to be a new zone entirely, actually. It is as yet unmapped, so something new to look at. Well, wherever it is that we're able to find the other conch fly, whether it's in this zone, or somewhere else, that's perfectly fine. Okay, sure, we'll take the aid of that environmental damage without getting smoked ourselves too much. Interesting. That looks like something that we should try to reach. Some kind of engraving, possibly a fossil or some other image. Let's see what this is. It is a sign. Coral sways, clear water flows, upon our river free of time. This does bear some resemblance to... Oh, Sands of Karak. Okay, so yeah, this is new and unmapped. I mean, I guess clearly something was going to fit here. If it's anything like the original Hollow Knight, eventually you just fill in the gaps that you see on the map for the most part. This looks conspicuous. Was I supposed to... Ooh, look at that. That's like straight out of Donkey Kong Bonanza. This is interesting. Okay, new kind of enemy over here. Just knock him down. Coral Firm. Yeah, there was kind of a coral-themed section in the menagerie that was in the Memoriam of the Citadel, I think, so this does resemble some areas there that we had not seen previously. Let's go over here. Oh, no. I was trying to jump out of that position. We're running a little bit low on health here without enough silk for replenishment yet, so let's just be careful. I really do feel like that left side is traversable, but let's map out the area first and then we'll see what we can do. Also, it seems like this, yeah, spawned something to the left when we seeded it, so that could actually be it, unless it's just a return path. Interesting. Oh, whoops. Just short. That's too bad. This was a big sequence that we lost here. And again, we are pretty low in health. Yeah, we're pretty far from the last bench we took, so... probably should be cautious about that. Yeah, the knockback there actually threw me off. Okay, this is something. Except, memory lock it. Oh, we got smoked. Okay. Well, that was quick. But... that's alright, we'll just go back. Sands of Karak. Which we have not mapped, but which we can go back to pretty easily, I think. We should check maybe the right side before we go up into the sands in case there's a shortcut that we can open up. Like a lift that we can drop. Wonder if it's traversable here, the left side of this pillar. With the typical method where you grapple over and then double jump across. Yeah, you totally can. Then what does that even give you? You probably can't go much further than this. If I had to guess. Yeah, because the wind is not going to let you do much. Okay. So yeah, you can't really push beyond that location. That's okay, we tried. The important thing is that we checked. Whoop. Let's go back here for a moment. Yeah, just tap, jump 3 times just to get into the float for adjustment. Again. Coming in a little bit low. Wait for the silk to refresh. Not quite, but then if we come here, we can actually go up here, and then we had actually taken a shortcut through here previously. That's how we got around it. Yeah, so coming up here does nothing except drop back down. We saw this area and didn't explore it earlier because this is actually the main path that we didn't do that fancy inadvertent skip on this side by very luckily grappling that nice and early. So anyway, let's get back to where the conflict was. I actually didn't even get a sense of how many rosaries we lost there. Hang on, let's figure out what to do with this one. We don't have enough silk right now to use a special tool just yet. We do it now, but we'll have to save it for the next one. Whoa, okay. Alright, environmental damage there. Yeah, no wonder we took too much of a hit going for the cocoon earlier. Now, we don't really need to go back to that spot. Were it not for any rosary loss, we already collected memory locket off of that bonus location that we found. So we don't really need to take that risk, strictly speaking. But you know what, let's build up some silk off this guy if we can. Just to build it up for heals. Tap him lightly without killing, just to get our mass back in order. We'll go left for the cocoon, and then, whoop, we didn't want to jump up directly beneath the coral. Oh, Oh yeah, no, you can't just stomp on those. You do in fact have to do things in the intended sequence, I guess. It looks so much like the things that you can stomp on in the first Hollow Knight. All the spiky platforms over there. Oop, that spawned right on top of me. That was unfortunate. Okay, so we know this was here. But we didn't spawn the red conchfly this time, so at least we can just get around that and not deal with it. And we do have enough silk for heals. Past this point, whoop. Nope. Better use it now. Okay, that's okay, I made it. Oh, nope. Didn't know that would collapse actually, because that was still part of the sequence that was spawned off of here. So we do need to be a little bit faster on this one. Before everything despawns. Then, actually that's as far as we need to make it. I'll just tap this one for silk. Very gently. Not quite enough silk, but that's okay. This looks like grapple location over to the right. After collecting all that silk. Nope, nope. Double jump there. Catching me out slightly. Surely this is going to grow something. Oh, missed it. That's okay. At least we didn't take damage, but we know that's going to be the sequence, so we can go back to it. Let it spawn. And what do we have here? Well, let's see if we can take that out. There we go. Okay. Not too much to deal with. Yeah, this we recognize, again, from how these coral walls looked in the Memoriam up in the Citadel. That's how we kind of recognize that would be breakable. I do want to find a bench at some point, but or a map. I guess we're committed to this location, so... Oh, that was not great. Again, we are way off the reservation when it comes to any kind of bench, so we can kind of heal off of the silk that we have here before it's too late. That looks like a location that is also breakable. Unfortunately, we didn't think about bouncing. However, if we bait the conchfly over, then we can bounce up to the top location. It is doable, but it might be a passage that we want to complete from this side instead. Indeed, that is what we'll do. Okay. Yeah, it creates a return path. And we better tap this one for a bit of silk while we can. Preferably without taking that much damage. Let's tap this again so we can continue from this platform in a timely fashion. Oh, Oops. This might also be a return path, but let's go forward first to see what's going on. Again, let's just not run into absolutely everything. Although we're pretty close in terms of silk. It would really be nice to... Oh, first of all, we have a lift. I was hoping to have a bench. Bench is pretty close. Oh, we need to tap some of this. Oh, no. Oh. Long way from home there. Long, long way. That's okay. We broke a lot of things on the way there in terms of walls. So close to a bench location too. We were just very incautious there all of a sudden. Really needed to get the silk together for the next heal, but unfortunately couldn't quite seal the deal on that. But as we know, there is a bench there. And if we can just get a map as well, that would be really quite beneficial. Okay, good. Yeah, that lets you go directly. Okay, now let's work our way back up as before. Not take too much damage off this guy if we can avoid it. I said if we can avoid it. Slightly better reach there. Yeah, just let environmental damage take care of that one, that's fine. And let's try to recover the path that we took, which, again, is a pretty long ways, I think. Okay, again, let's try to heal up a bit. That actually healed it a little too quickly. The memory shard that we left behind. Yeah, it was more important to build silk there. Let's do the sequence again. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect that to come back so quickly. We'd better kill it. We better take it out. Don't have enough silk, actually, because I used it too much. Oh. Might need to go boomerang against this curved claw, rather. Okay. Still have that sliver of silk back for gravel. Let's get into position to jump. And we do know how to continue from here. I would think. Yeah, because we broke the right side instead of going up, and we just continued going right, I think. We do need to kill this, I think, before we have more disasters. You know what? Let's get into a safer position. That is not a safer position. We need to deal with it. Absolutely need to take it out first, even with that expenditure of curved claw ammunition. Now we can tap this one for silk. Get it over a few times and then just try to refresh as much as we can. Not enough, but we're getting there. There's that one in the upper location as well, which we can move for. There's also some shell shards. That's would be helpful given how we've really been depleting them lately. Okay, good. Gets us up to a heal, and then we continue from this spot. And we're getting close to where we were before. Can't really come up here anyway, at least not yet. Yeah, so it just calls the lift. I guess we should have seen where this goes, but let's get the cocoon back first. And should have been in this area. Yes? Okay. It was actually supposed to be a curve claw, but with the directional input. Come on. There we go. Now we can get that bench going, that would be nice. Because then we can take that lift. I mean, this is the bench, but what are we taking from this one first? Simple key, great. Okay, because we had 2 locks for the simple key unaccounted for. This is one key, and we have the other key's location already because it's off one of the vendors for about 600 something. So we now have enough keys accounted for, which is excellent. We still need a map here. Let's go downstairs on the lift and see where it goes, just to see where it connects. Possibly it takes us back to Blasted Steps. As you can see, there are a few landing points on the way down. Possibly that is worth an adventure. Oh, on the way up, so. A lot of soft coral all over the place. That looks new. Very hard shelled. Okay, just bust it down like that. That's fine. Anything else here, though? Not really. Chardillard. Chardillard? Like Baudrillard? Devious ambusher that poses as a fossil. I totally hear that the French way is Chardillard. So if we manually go up where the lift was, oh, that just goes back up to the top. We called it, so nothing new there it seems, so. Okay, that's fine. More silk for me. Even though these are fairly easy to deal with. This goes down. Down where? We still need a map somewhere here, so. This looks like it breaks open the route back to the Blasted Steps. Okay, that accounts for this location. Where are we? That is above the ground gate, right by that bench. So now we do have that connection point sorted out after that remained a mystery for some time. Naturally, the thing to do is to go back up and then look for a map upstairs instead. Yeah, nothing much that we haven't seen here already, I think, given that we have been up this high on many an occasion. We might as well heal up bench first. And, well, the bench is kind of taken right now, so... Here we shall remain for a time, Miss Hornet. And, yeah, I guess the bench is a little occupied. Can we shove you off? Yeah, we can. So, shows you the second connection point back up to the Sands of Karak. We will take that, obviously, and see where we can continue up there. Also, let me just poke this for one. That doesn't look soft, but worth a check. But yeah, a lot of the really bulbous kinds of coral are soft enough to be broken. You see them along various walls. So here, we'll just take a lift up and fight whatever awaits upstairs. Once again. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to get back in here immediately. We should take that upper bench as well, since it's a bit closer. Might have been faster to just jump up manually. Anyway, we know the enemies spawn here. We'll just bypass. But yeah, excellent that we got a simple key. We'll almost certainly use that on releasing the green prince over... Oh, whoops. In the Sinner's route, whatever that was called. Sinner's Road, rather. As that's been a lingering item for some time, and we know that there's going to be one of the recipe items that we need to go back there for anyway at some point, so... Let's just leave those alone. Sands of Karak. So there is a drop down here. We don't know where to. But we'll take it. Recklessly. This looks like a float location for sure. Oh, whoops. I was just going to fall a slot to the right there. That's okay. That's okay. Just lead it down. Skip it now. Where's this going to go? Is this just a route back up to the top? It might be, then how does that make sense? Surely it leads me somewhere new. Whoops, we're taking way too much damage here. Nope, gets me up to that wall. We're in great peril now. Nope, missed it. Just a little bit too slow. That's okay, it's easy to return to that location. It's not too bad, let's just skip over the lift. Skip over the lift. Running into this thing, that's okay. We'll... Come up here, and I'm sure we have spawned the other enemies that ambush you when you go up this way, and indeed we have. Yeah, let's lower ourselves in this location. And let's spawn this again just to see if it does anything for us other than get back up. Maybe it gets us up to really high passage if we're really quick about it. And indeed, it does. Nope. Oh, too slow. We absolutely need to take out these enemies here, I think, just so the climb is unobstructed. Yeah, absolutely have to. Just wreck them a little bit. Oh. I'll heal up with the silk we have. So yeah, we need to take them both out and then do a quick climb. Using this. No, no. We know that timing won't go. Yeah, no, we basically have to go a jump on every step. Nope, too slow. Let's actually just let it despawn first so we can see its spawn timing. Actually, it makes sense to tap it multiple times. It makes sense. Because then we can get ahead of pace slightly. There we go. That's helpful. Still no sign of a map, unfortunately. Oh, should have tried to grapple over to that location. That was the right thing to do, and we missed it. Hang on. Nope, missed it. Come on, not enough height here, perhaps. Nope, released that a bit late, maybe? I don't know, we didn't quite see the timing on it. Yeah, no, the intended sequence is wall jump first and then hit the seed and then drop down to whatever's next. But pretty clearly, in fact, you say. No, not enough height. But actually, no, when you see locations like that, we should, in fact, grapple to them, because that gives you an automatic bounce. We have to remember that grappling onto bounce locations gives you the bounce. And then we should have done the double grapple coming out of that. Now we are very low on health now, and it might take some time to get back here, given our situation. So we might actually want to go back and try to approach the bench first. And just redo the whole sequence we would have to do anyway if we were to take damage. So makes a certain amount of sense to just bench up first and redo with a full pool of health. How are we doing on how many rosaries I'm holding anyway? We're only on 50. So not losing too much if we do fail to get to a cocoon. Oh, again, same mistake. Unlike the previous stream where we lost about 300 in one go and about 150 in one go. Let's just go up this way so we don't have to fuss with re-entering the lift accidentally every time. To deal with enemies up here, but we can just bypass them more easily, in fact. We will need to take these ones out. Okay, cleaner than usual. Now for the other one I was about to say, but oh, that's gonna be a problem. back in position. Let's get some silk. We're not too far off from what we were doing previously, except for the same mistake. Once again, we should heal up after this one. Okay, good. Having punched out that shortcut, let's heal up for a moment. Maybe try to bait this one in if we can, but don't really have the right kind of trajectory on the sub-weapons currently. Maybe we would try to get it into a trap. Let's just skip it for a moment. See what spawns over here. Oh, that's a grapple point for sure. Let's... yeah, let it come down, grapple to it on the left. Oh. Too late on that. Nope, we just need to grapple over to the other side there. We were very close, actually. Just reading this on the fly, that's all. Too low. Now we're in trouble. Now we're in mortal peril. Nope, this is going to be dead. Okay. Bad timing on the grapple. Alright, let's try not to run into lift going down this time. Try as I might, it's so easy to run into. Oh, but we left it down this time. Okay, I prefer it that way. Always do have to take these out first. Actually played that cleanly for once. Okay, that was much better than usual, actually. Now let's do the climb. I guess one gets used to it after a while. Let's pick up silk on top. Let's fill the tank a bit. We'll see how feasible it is to poke that cocoon. Might not be. I guess we tap it and then grapple over to the left. That works. Oh, whoops. Reacted a little slowly there. Once again, whoop, same idea. Make sure we... oh! Bad timing on that cycle because it was just about to despawn and respawn. Okay, there we go. Got across. Oh, this is potentially interesting. What is this? That looks really quite big and ominous, actually. What do we just smash? I feel like that's a passage down to a boss or something, if that was the shell containing the boss. We should scout this first just in case. It'd be nice to have a bench or a map. But that location we opened up, that actually did look promising as a important location that was kind of semi-optional or semi-hidden, I guess. Maybe we should have gone back to check that. There's a grapple point over there. I actually feel like we should have checked that. Let's go back. Now that we have enough silk to replenish from this point as well. Yeah, because it's the most conspicuous thing to do over here. Maybe it's an important bonus. Or maybe it gets you into a boss fight, which... we do currently have the silk to replenish health. We should maybe do that soon. Oh, another big coral drop here. Let's definitely refresh here. Just a moment. Check this side first before we bust something further down. That sounds like map. Am I correct? Yes. Excellent. Fair greetings, Chakra, in these drifts consumed by crust and sand. These caverns have returned to nature, but I see evidence of bold structures buried throughout. The shells of their builders rest in a tower above. A grand tribe they seemed, and strong fighters, I'm sure. Alas, they exist now only as hardened husks. Lament, child-wielding needle, we lived too late to match their claws. We will, of course, pop some rosaries to get that, because why wouldn't we? So we need 90. Oh, just a little short here. I guess we'll have to pop a 120. We're definitely not leaving here without the map, so... Chance allows visit the tower above. It is an impressive sight, not overgrown by the crust upon these caverns, but rather formed full of the material itself. If the old tribe of this place were able to guide its growth to such grand degree, then they possessed the power to rival even that citadel. Yeah, eventually we should actually buy up some of these, since we are liable to just lose rosaries anyway if we don't, so. Okay, finally we have a map. We missed one location to the left on our way down. Also, I guess we were pretty close to the tower that she had mentioned. We were also pretty close to a connection point that just gets you back down to all those connecting passageways between the two connectors to the blasted steps. So we should actually head back up and try to check that one spot to the left. If we can. Yeah, because I guess we opened up some connections here just by busting open the rocks with everything we dropped. Oh, this is new as well. This is not on the map. But at least we're relatively close to where the benches were. Oh, I see. So this is another connection point to the Sands of Karak. Because we had been here previously, except the ceiling was still obstructed at the time, so we didn't really see a way to continue up here. But now we have it. We can go back up. And we'll see about that left side area that we saw. We can observe what to enter it. Feels like we're pretty close to it. Let's track this coral. And indeed, that is it. Really large room here too. Oh, whoops. Break everything we can. See if we can get a wall that we're able to climb. Yeah, it looks like we're eventually able to climb up here. What does that get you though? Not much. Well, we'll unbury everything we can until we find out what lies below. Pretty clear that tower that was mentioned is the main location to go for in this zone though. Oh, something's here. There we go. Looks like we need to grapple through here to see this location and connect it up. And there's going to be something to the left. Let's open this up too. See if we get a shortcut out of it. Coral everywhere, actually. But yeah, that opens the way back over to the right there. That's great. Oops. It's okay. I'll do a silver heals if we continue to make a disaster out of some of this. Just open up as much space as we can. This is a big opening. Silk up above. Yeah, that passage clearly continues, so we should explore a bit here too. Open up a few spots here too first before we proceed, in case of further shortcuts. that doesn't seem like as much of anything, though, apart from being a safe spot to jump now. Go down. We should do up first. Oops. We should also heal. This is new. Crush nut, there we go. Okay, well, we found what we came for. Didn't even need to fight a boss to get it. We will, of course, check that tower location as well, but we do have 4 out of 5 for the weapon upgrade now. Very happy to see this. I was expecting that we'd have quite a lot more to do before we stab at it. Also, there was the lowered location that we mentioned earlier that we still need to go back to if we can. If I can find it. Anything here other than busting it down? I don't think so, actually. I think this is probably just a dead end along your exploration of this path. So we have seen everything that we came here for then. Whoops. Let's try not to die too much on the way out. Oops. I was saying... Try not to die on the way out. Okay. We really have to gauge height here. Harpoon. Okay, now we're in serious trouble. Now we did open up shortcuts up top for a reason. At this point, though, if we do take a death, we're not far from a nearby bench. I mean, bit of a climb to come back here, I guess, but I guess if we approached a tower, maybe we have a shot at a bench on that side. Because we certainly don't have any silk to replenish safely at the moment. Might as well press on. Maybe an enemy that's easy to hit will come out and play. Oh, nope. There's an easy location too, and we just dropped right into it. Okay, that's fine. Not really enemies to deal with on the way there, so we can just work our way back slowly. If we take the lower path, we now have a connecting passage that goes all the way up, so we don't need to do the whole timed platforming sequence if we take the low route. I guess we probably needed to. So here, luckily return path is nice and open without having to do too much. Let's just dunk it. Nope. Way too far out in the wilderness. We do in fact need to spawn a few. That's on the way over, I guess. Oh, here's something. Nope. You know, if we can just kill it. A little far out, though. There we go. Let's float back in. See if we can get another double hit like that. Let it come closer. There we go. Bit of a long run back, but we'll live. At this point, we've connected the passage up top. And then we're pretty close to where we were before. No enemies in sight, just... well, one enemy in sight, I guess. Whoops. Alright, let's take it out. Okay, great. Get a bunch of our silk back and then climb on up. Okay, oh, boss time. Raging Conchfly. Another round. Ow. How much more complicated will it be than last time we fought two of them? We need to set traps. Whoops. Nope. Heal got interrupted. That's fine. Not hard to run back. We should see if there's a closer path. It is a bit lengthy. It may actually make sense to take the blasted steps bench and then go up the central column. I think that actually makes a lot more sense in terms of saving us a big chunk of the run back in terms of the platforming that we actually have to do. Specifically this segment here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's drop down below just to get a lower bench. Because then the way is pretty clear on the way up. But yeah, we'll see what we can do about Kongfly round 2 here. Whether it's a more or less complicated fight, given that we're not dealing with 2 of them at once. That we're dealing with a particularly angry one that knows we took out its companion. And then all the way up top. Yeah, easy run back from that bench, in fact. Very clear. Not a lot of risk. Okay, so Kong5 fight is over here. We're at full silk, so let's just try to smash into it a few times before we break it open. Just spam the special a little bit. No, we're way down in health already. Okay. Didn't expect it to slam me that hard. I guess, yeah, we don't want it to attack into us quite that much. I'll just set up some traps beforehand, too, I think. But building up that much silk ahead of time worked out well in terms of just going sharp dart into it nice and early. Don't care too much about fighting every single one of those along the way. Let's just have a clean run. I mean, you know, the silk would have been nice, but... Okay. Yeah, let's just dodge. It's all about dodging, actually. That does hit really hard. And we're kind of in trouble already when it comes to just being able to land a heal. The lack of healing speed, in fact, from the injector is getting me into a bit of trouble here. Yeah, it's just a really quick pattern. I actually think healing speed might work better than the memory damage here with this one, because we just haven't had a very clear opportunity. So we should switch memory crystal back to injector for this fight, because there's just no healing opportunity otherwise. A little more accurate than we usually pull off, so no complaints about that. Oh, it actually shattered traps immediately that time. Yeah, we prioritized the dodging. The dodging is actually more important than anything else. Oops. Gotta watch out the diagonal shot though. Oh, and that. Again, missed a healing opportunity. We got the first part of the heal at least, which is better than just getting nothing. And we really need to stop getting shot. Yeah, because it's that diagonal deflecting shot of the shell that keeps catching us out. Spent way too much ammunition that time too. On the traps. We should try to learn as much of the pattern as we can without the traps first, and then just figure out what we're doing defensively, perhaps, so we don't overspend. Feels like a much more claustrophobic fight than the first one with two of the conquests. It's a much tighter room, much less reaction time to work with. And of course we're taking too much damage already. Necessitating perhaps we pick up a bit more silk off of these early ones here. Let's get in a little closer first, and we'll spend the silk as necessary. Oh, not enough silk because we used a grapple there. That's okay. Let's just tap in. Yeah, bad start already actually because of that. Nope. Double hit in that too. Yeah, unfortunately, okay, so there's a particular angle that we need to sit in, like a spot that we need to sit when it's trying to fire the projectile. That's... we need to see that spot, yeah. Okay, and oh, and it does a double deflection. That is also a problem. It's fast. And yeah, just can't get that chaining into you. But to stay grounded for that, I think, for the dodge. It just does such a huge deflection. And of course, we got off to a bad start that time anyway with the health situation and the silk situation. Let's just head on up and not take too much damage. Let's leave the cocoon at first so we can spam a few attacks in. Oops, I was hoping to catch it a little bit. And of course got caught in a second attack. Yep, that's just all dodging. Shouldn't attack in while we're dodging the projectile. Yeah, just finding a place to sit for that. Oh, that's deflectable. You can parry it. We should do that, actually. Oh, that was wrong. intercepted once again. Okay, surviving a little bit better than last time at least. Just trying to find an opportunity. Oh, nope, that's not an opportunity. Not the way we're playing. Trying to swipe into it. At least we know where to stand now for that. Big improvement. As long as we build up enough silk from tapping into it without taking more damage. Then we can perhaps heal off silk. Whoop, close. Way too close. Oh, got hit. Almost. And once again, just got hit right as we healed. Nope, nope. Misread it. That was the longest we survived in that fight. That's a significant burst of progress in that sense. At least we know now a better idea of the positioning we need to take to deflect, or at least evade the projectile. Yeah, just stand at a bit of a shallow angle towards it. If it's firing at the 45-degree angle, you know, we just sort of stand at about a 30-degree angle to it, and then even on a deflection, or even on a second shot, it should miss. When we're ready, we'll start working in other things like curve claws and traps. But right now, I think it's mostly just evasion, and that's still potentially just the first phase. And there could be further complications once we deal sufficient damage, so we want to keep our powder dry for that, perhaps. Oh, no, got caught in the back shot. Very unfortunate. Yeah, just have to keep moving. Let's wait for a healing opportunity. That was not a healing opportunity. Fast heal is going to matter a lot here, actually. If we evade, will we get enough silk back? Nope. Too much going on. Yeah, the rebounds stay on the board for such a long time. The evasion pattern is improving, it's just that I am expecting some kind of complication to the fight that we haven't even seen yet. Some kind of intensification of the pattern. Anyway, let's just get back up into position. Trying to deflect. Oh, that was badly planned. I don't think there is an easy way to tell when it's doing one shot or two. You just have to read it. Nope. And of course, when it charges into you after the shot, then you have to dodge it accurately. Managed to sneak a heal that time at least. If we can get some more silk going, that'd be ideal. Nope. Getting hit by too much. Nope. Squandering to heal every time. Probably shouldn't have thrown off the pattern quite as much as we did. Yeah, sometimes there's some fake outs with how things are shaking around. Oh, used way too much silk there. Just ran straight into it that time. That was actually a bit of a misclick. I was trying to dash and then we actually fired a sharp dart by mistake. It's okay. I think that part of the pattern anyway is tractable. It's just we don't know if there will be some phase 2 complication, as I would absolutely expect. Oh, didn't want to take damage off of that. Might as well pop the single heal and then we might be able to get a silk buff going into the early part of the fight. Oh, no, can't charge into that. Yeah, sharp darts does not go through the shell attack. Sharp dart might not even be a great idea in this fight, actually. Spear might be a lot better, actually, now that I think about it. Because then we stay out of the way while we're facing. But we'll see, still haven't seen some of the later phases, so if there are any. Now, it does always try to track your row or column. So as long as you keep moving, you know, it always does target the current position. It's very important information. Oh. So we always dodge on the attack. Never stay in place. It's just that you need to move in the correct axis. Oh, got hit. Yeah, fast heal has to be fun for this fight, otherwise you just don't get the healing cycle down between attacks. Oh, got hit. Wasn't paying attention to his position there. Nearly enough. Too busy grabbing Silk. Phase 2. That's a problem. It was just that one round of attack though. So maybe we're okay as long as it doesn't do that too often. It's going to do that somewhat often. Okay. Yikes. But at least the way is clear when it's not doing the group attack. And of course it's going to intercept me there. Yeah, Sharp Dart's not going to take those. We should go Harpoon. Or Spear, rather, for it. That might be best on this flight. Or even the counter, but we haven't ever really figured out how to use the counter effectively, so I think we go with Silk Spear for it. The counter being the cross stitch. It probably is quite good here, we just never really had any practice out of it. Yeah, because Sharp Dart is kind of getting me into trouble here. I thought it was mostly invulnerable if you try to just attack through things with it, but we have been taking damage when attempting to attack through the boss pattern, so... Oops. Oh, that was unnecessarily self-inflicted. We should just take the heal when something like that happens. So close anyway. Okay, and back up we go. That's the furthest we've seen in that pattern by far, though, at least. And we just need to be careful when we're replenishing Silk off the heal that we don't stand in too much danger while being distracted by all the pretty white lights. Okay. Fairly straightforward run back, at least. Not too many complications most of the time. Now I have to remember that we did switch to Spear. I guess we'll save first batch of Silk for one round of heals in case we need it. As long as we don't get totally mobbed. Nope. Got caught in the deflection. Very unfortunate. Oh, sit too close. Sit way too close. Let's try to get some silk back if we can. Nope. Took damage. Didn't take too many hits to get silk back this time, though. Don't get too distracted. Ugh. Just need a quick cycle over to the next available heal, that's all. Oh, that was close. It's too much too close, actually. Oh. And yeah, just getting mobbed here. Nope, couldn't dodge them both. And yeah, just... And yeah, I knew that was coming. Its last attack, we just didn't get a float down. We just need to watch the tells when there is that battle cry. I guess we have that perpendicular pattern where the small ones go up and down. Big one goes left and right. And when we have that sideways projectile pattern, we just need to make sure that we are in a position that allows me to escape with a jump. That we're not caught out of position with a jump available once we dodge the initial volley of the little minions. That's one of those situations where it would help to have enough silk for the spear, because the spear I think would almost certainly take out these small ones. We might even want to just spam Curve Claw into those situations just to clear space. Or even set up traps. We should think about using the tools too. Mostly remove some of the smaller ones in play so we don't have to deal with dodging them quite so much. But we are able to dodge phase 1 well enough to get to phase 2, at least with some well-timed replenishments, even if we're not very accurate about staying alive and not taking damage, so we can maximize how much silk we're pulling off of the Reaper effect. Again, let's leave the cocoon until we go with an initial round of silk, just to maximize available heals. Oh, again. It's so hard. Oh, that was dangerous. Almost got hit. We did get hit. Let's grab silk. Just try to stabilize. Very tempted to drop the heal now, even though we're only 2 masks down. We can get some silk back. Bit of a risk, though. I don't want to be caught without silk for several points of health down. Maybe if there's a clear opportunity. Like in phase transition. From 1 to 2, but... yeah, we kind of want to have a bank of silk for emergency purposes on the next hit, so... it may happen sooner than we think. Okay, so here we go. Oh, no. Getting low every time. Oh. Yeah, oh, that was not a pattern I expected. I expected it to go across, and so... yikes. Everything's falling apart here quickly. We're doing really well going into this phase too, actually. Okay, healed just enough to stay alive. Got trapped there. Totally trapped there. Yeah. We should start playing phase 2 with traps, I think. Because that would at least clear the smaller ones. Possibly. Yeah, very typical of this game and Hollow Knight in general's style of boss difficulty. That is just about reading multiple overlapping patterns as you get into later phases. And so it's kind of a distraction check more than anything when it comes to trying to keep eyes on the boss and the ads at the same time when they're doing different things. Again, decent bank of silk going here this time, which means that we can stay off the cocoon for a while if we can, just to have an extra heal in the pocket, if possible. Oh, already in trouble. Already in lots of trouble. Just need to stay steady here and try to tap it whenever possible. Just swipe it on every round if we can. Oh. That deflection when it comes off the corners sometimes is pretty difficult to watch. Okay, good phase transition. We have lots of silk for the spear if necessary, and for heals, of course. Spear is not doing enough for me there. We should, however, have a healing opportunity soon if we're careful. Good. That's encouraging. just need to watch where the follow-up attack is. Follow-up attack could be from anywhere, it isn't just from the same direction. Oh. You know, that actually worked out pretty well. The trap play there. That, however, is not working too well. Oh, that's a mistake. Big mistake. Big mistake. We were kind of out of range of where the boss was on the camera that time. And because it was off camera, got into that situation where I couldn't see which way it was coming. Whether it was charging an attack from that position or if it was barreling for another one. So we dashed forward to check, and that blew the fight. We were doing so well too. Actually in a pretty stable position at one point, with landing a heal correctly to get back up to 7 masks in the middle of phase 2. Resources were building up nicely. Let's just reset this for a moment. I said reset this for a moment without hitting every obstacle. Oh, this is not it. This is the sign that I realized afterwards when we were here in the last stream. This is actually referring to the last judge. It's kind of a blessing for the last judge to block the gate. It was one of those things that became obvious to me after the fact. Okay, we are learning the pattern. We're getting further. We're doing better. We are out of resources for filling more traps. I mean, I do have a couple of beast shards we can burn, but I'd rather save them for the time being, since there are other fights, like the forum fight, that will even be more tools intensive. Already blowing this. That's okay, we'll heal out of it. We have enough silk to do so. And we'll do it close to the entry to the fight, because then we can have the silk refresh effect going early, as long as we dodge the early rounds of damage. So we pop it right here. And then we get into the fight. I just tried to tap for silk. I'm not getting it, actually. Better tap it. Nope, caught everywhere. Nope, caught again. Didn't get enough of a jump, so let's try to stabilize. Once we get more silk going, we'll be able to get back on track. Just need to tap safely and heal safely once the opportunities exist. Nope, didn't dash out fast enough. Okay, we just need to get an equilibrium going on again when it comes to our silk intake. Just get back in a position where we can heal up and get the silk income up and running. There's a lot to pay attention to here. Have to be really quick on the draw. Okay, got it. Oh, no, got caught right away. Nope, got caught multiple times. That was really unfortunate. Yeah, the thing about the diagonal shot pattern is you really do need to find a safe spot and hope that you don't get a really bad deflection off the corner or something. There we go. That was actually pretty fortunate. I wasn't planning that accurately at all. Nope, didn't have enough airtime there. If we're in that situation, we should actually grapple out of it to have a bit more hang time. Okay, have to heal next. We continue to stabilize. And we're okay. Yeah, if we see the boss dive, that means it's going to go vertical. We can watch out for it if it does. Ugh. That diagonal deflection off the corner, that really is very difficult to read. Tap in for another heal in a moment. All about finding opportunities and not getting zoned out everywhere along the way. Need the next heal. If we can get the next heal, then we're going to start dropping traps or something, I think. But getting really dangerous here. Okay, I got one heal. Nope. No. Stood in exactly the wrong place when we dropped the heal. We stood on top of a spawn. If we were just one spot over, the heal goes down, then we're fine in that phase. Now, good thing we didn't start blowing traps like crazy while the position wasn't really totally secure. That is one of the best attempts yet, though, so... We kind of have a working method, it's just the execution being a bit lacking sometimes. And last time we made this climb, we also had to burn silk on first heal, and so that was less than ideal. Oop. Okay. Don't need to hit every single one of those, but the silk income early on does help. Okay, preserve the first cocoon if we can. Dashing through to the other side when this shot actually does work. At least in this phase. Yeah, we should consider it more often, except it does turn around when it goes to next attack. So maybe that's not as effective as I would have hoped. Yikes. Yeah, let's just watch this carefully. No, that deflection, again, is off a very specific angle on the corner that we get caught out. Okay. I just need to watch how the boss is exiting to see how it's going to re-enter. Sometimes. Actually, you can't really tell. Okay, have to heal up now. At the next opportunity. Oh, didn't see it. Too busy with my traps, actually. Oh, now we're in big trouble. Yeah, 4 mass down all of a sudden. Yeah, we do have a heal opportunity. We can get out. Ugh. Yeah, this fell apart quickly. We're doing well, and then all that damage in a single moment. Need to tap in for more heals, and then we can stabilize. Ugh, no. Getting too fancy there. I was trying to do Curve Claw rather than Trap, actually, but, you know, with so many directional controls going on at once, it's very easily confused. And we still don't really have a good handle on how to manage that effectively. I said I wouldn't break too many of the shards, but it could make the difference in a fight like this, so... But we'll only do it once we're really late in the phase, if we're trying to barely get over the line. But yeah, that said, we were in this position where we were very safe, had 7 masks, and then 2 consecutive hits all of a sudden, and then we were in deep trouble. I think it's quite doable now. We're clearly progressing. We're getting late into phase 2 somewhat consistently. It's just that there is a ton of pattern reading going on at that stage that we need to be aware of. So yeah, take the first phase patiently just to stabilize. Not burn too many resources. Keep the powder dry. And it, ugh. That back wall deflection. heal opportunity here. Good. Oh, no, standing in the wrong spot. We can stabilize naturally without tapping the cocoon yet. We'll do it that way because... no, I don't think so. Need to heal. Everything hits so hard. You know, standing near the corner is usually pretty safe with the deflection, at least. Depending on the initial trajectory of the projectile, that is. Yeah, no substitute for just watching it, but... Oh, no. Too low. Okay. Oh, it's too close. Too close everywhere. That's okay, we have Silk. Oh, too close. Too low, actually. Okay. Need to heal. Oh, too low. For reaction time. Okay. Oh, didn't see that one coming. Okay, tap it for more Silk. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a problem, but we got 2 mass heal at least. Better than nothing. Ugh. That back corner deflection once again. No. Couldn't see it from that side of the screen. Oh, tried to spear there. I was thinking mentally that that was going to be sharp dart, and I forgot I switched to the spear. That was a bit of an issue too, because it stalled me in midair in a dangerous position. I actually wonder... I don't think it holds still for long enough for Threadstorm to be useful, but maybe on the ad phase. Just to get the little ones out of the way. I don't know. In general, I think we're saving silver heals, though, just... because that's the nature of the fight, the way we're currently playing it. Feels like we're getting far, I just don't know how much of its HP pool is we'll have to deal with. Okay, this is a problem. What a mess. Okay, we'll just tap the next one for Silk. Ugh, what a mess. Absolute mess. Absolute mess. Let's just redo it. Yeah, no point getting into the fight in this condition. Oh, wrong. I mean, pretty simple run back by any standard when it comes to this game, but we do still make mistakes from time to time. Here we go. Full silk. Let's just skip the others if we're safe to do so. Enough silk for a heal, rather. Oh, whoops. Ah. Very unfortunate there, just taking an early point of damage that we really didn't need to. That's okay. Let's go into point down, that's fine. We'll heal up as necessary. Nope, that hit right away. Nope. Okay, got back into enough silk. Oh, too close. Don't like it. Ugh. Squandered that right away. Nope, tried to dash out too slow. That heal came a tiny bit too late that time. But we can tap for more silk. That. Ugh. Bad position now. This is going to be a little bit rough. Oh no, we can do it now. Okay. Stabilize a little bit here. Charging in a little too audaciously, I think. Oh, it's too close. Wasn't even out of the way at that time. No. Yeah, having the top one come right before the big one gave me very little room to jump out of that time. That was a pretty messy attempt all around, though. Much worse than some of the other recent ones that got to that phase. Anyway, just gonna build up some silk again if we can. Just skip that one and go to... Oh, no. Next, we need to get into the habit of using the grapple a lot more, because I think that'll probably get you out of some trouble in the ad phase in the other fight as well. And so, well, we'll just heal the point now. And get into the situation where we need to heal up again. So that is not going well. Okay, to fight this additional spawn here. Probably not a good idea, but That's right, let's just get in. First tap should get me enough silk for the first heal eventually. First tap or two. Yeah, corner seems somewhat safe, but we could be proven wrong pretty quickly there. I like going corner there, actually, that could work. Ugh, getting hit by everything. Make sure we remember to tap that before we die. Oh, that was very risky, got it just in time. Oh, wrong way. Nope, missing every hit here. Trying to get a little too fancy with a dodging position, so okay. It's okay. That was fine. Surprisingly fine. I can actually rush it down a little bit when it's spawning ads. Oh. Caught by everything. Oh, got interrupted. There's a partial heal got down. Could have been so much worse. Wait for the heal opportunity next. Stood too close. Ugh. Yeah, not much leeway now. We do need a heal very quickly. Very quickly. Nope. Stood right on top of the spawn once again. That felt decently far along. Obviously, we spent quite a bit of currency on traps that time, just to not much fail. It seemed like we were close. It seemed like we were really close, and was starting to try to rush it down a bit impatiently, but We'll see what we can do. Again, just gonna poke these ones for silk if we can. Safely. Yeah, this flight is just pure reaction time, the whole thing. And watching ankles. Yeah, it is helpful to stay grounded against the projectiles, I think. But there is a back and forth that has to happen with the back deflection. We did find the corner to be fairly safe, at least. But we're not at that corner right now, so it's immaterial to present circumstances. Oh, gotta heal soon. Nope. Heal again. And again. But we can just stabilize. Ugh. Okay. Got back up to 7. That's a start. Sit too close to everything, but... Oh, and everything. But we'll get the next heal up quickly. Oh. Just read that. Ugh. Nope. I knew it was coming somewhere, I just couldn't see it. Tapping it quickly at least gets you a heal. Only to get punched in the face. Okay, that's the correct pattern for that. For a change. Getting hit by too much though. We need way more taps into this. Okay. Stabilizing. Nope. I'm not able to dodge out of that sequence at all. Tap it for more heals, then... At least we'll try to stabilize this way. Get more silk. Almost out of heal, but... Nope. So much damage going on, all directions. almost stabilizing there, but wait. Ugh. Diagonal shots going about their business once again. Really need to grapple across for that one. We keep telling ourselves that. Not doing it. Okay, one more tap for heal if we can. Do enough to stabilize in every cycle. Ooh, corner actually just barely safe that time, and that is a win. Yeah, I just needed more health in than out over the course of the fight, and just stabilize in equilibrium whenever we could build up enough silk. That was something that took a little bit of work, but let's see what we got for our trouble. I have no idea what we were even doing here, to be honest. Looks like a bit of a jump. That's okay. Cross here. That seems... Oh yeah, that's right. We were going up to this tower or whatever this was. Maybe it's a shrine or something. Before we enter, let's check this end just to see if there's anything going on. That would be important. Maybe, maybe not, but let's enter the tower first and worry about that second. At water's source and coral's heart, our lord, born last to rule. Well, I mean, that's where we are. Water source, coral's heart. We've got all these guards over here that look like they're ready to activate at a moment's notice. Oh, interesting. So yeah, this would have been the former lord of this domain. Means the sands of Karak. Maybe this is Karak. Who knows? There's a character in StarCraft 2 that's called Karak. He's the Protoss tower defense guy. Cannon expert. Conch Cutter. Spiral weapon fashioned from a hardened conspire, thrown at an angle, it can ricochet and catch prey off guard. Okay, well, given how much we've been taken apart by this kind of projectile specifically, maybe that's not a bad idea. As a replacement for the curved claw, perhaps. Because these stay on the board for such a long time, right? They just go back and forth. Well, that's nice. Let's see what else is over here. Yeah, we'll definitely take that. Might even play with this a bit, since, you know, we're busy replenishing anyway. Okay, so that's finished, finally. And now, well, we're 4 out of 5 when it comes to Great Taste of Farloom. Obviously, we need to go for the Pickled Muck Maggot. Also, we finally have a key for the Prince at the Sinner's Road. So I think we're going to go to Greymoor. We'll go back to Sinner's Road. We'll unlock. We'll see if that finally gets us that bench. And we're going to see about that Bowwater map. Possibly that NPC might even be partly required for the remaining item we want, except the second bench over here in Sinner's Road had the other NPC that told us to come back eventually because he has something to give us. So that's the other spot we want to check. We want to check the Green Prince first, unlock, see if we can get that bench. Then we go to the second bench. That might actually be what we need. Whoop. Let's get this bench. And also let's switch back to a different main. Love Threadstorm. We've been getting a lot of mileage out of Sharp Dart lately though, so I think we'll keep it. I wonder if I can do something with Needle in here. Anything? Oh, it does show quite a lot of silk here. All lost to fear. Remember our strength. Now none to resist but us. Remember our rule. Alone against a pale light. Oh, we ran out of silk. Okay. But yeah, it gives you a little bit of lore here when you play. So this would have been formerly the last line of defense against whichever creature took over Barloom from above, which seems to be kind of one of a kind with the worm in the first game. Same kind of background of a conflict between the tribes as one steadily amasses a cult around itself. So let's see about this. And just out of familiarity, we probably will switch back to Curved Claw eventually, but we might as well play with our new projectile while we have it. Anyway, fast travel point, we drop down to the bench that we were using earlier. Then we go to Greymoor for the passage to Sinner's Road. That's the agenda. Terrible fall. You know, let's just keep going. And try not to hit every spike along the way. This is getting a little perilous. But we know we're right by where we need to go, so that'll be alright. Bench first. So yeah, 2 simple locks that we know about, 2 simple keys that we know about, one of which we have. A good situation to be in at the moment. Let's grab this one as well, because until we unlock that bench in Sinner's Road, it is a bit of a long run over. Hey, look at that. We've got double jump now. We don't need to bounce in every last thing. Anyway, let's just make our way across and avoid maggots. And then we'll do this loop over here to unlock the prince. Now we're back to actually finding enemies with rosaries, and that's still kind of significant. Alright, can you fix my bench? So I am freed despite no request of mine for aid. And I do not ask gratitude. The key merely fit the lock. If you choose, stay in here and wait till your shell hardens to crust. No, I shall depart shortly. With my way clear, my wish again propels me, though I try to avoid it. And safe journey, Tallbug. I'll not pry further. Clearly, you bear your own burden. He's not going to help me with that bench, is he? This is Farloom Warrior. Safety is a myth. Let me play. Sing for me. Together we danced, our gaze as one. Together we danced, our claws clasped. Together we ruled. Together, perfect. You and I, always. Our claws clasped. Our gaze as one. So yeah, you can just learn anybody's backstory that way, if you want to burn the silk on it. Now that doesn't solve the problem of the bench, though. We never did solve the problem of the bench. Maybe now that we have more tools at our disposal, we can do something about that. I mean, previously we didn't have a couple of the tools we do now, did we? Maybe this was something that we could have just resolved much earlier and we just didn't know how. Some kind of other passage that's hidden here, perhaps. Well, freeing the prince is doing something, we just don't know what. That was my closest guess for... Oh, hey, wait a minute. This is breakable, right? There we are. Didn't see this. This was here all along. And now we have much easier ways to platform through this. Rather than bouncing on everything. Then we can unjam it here. Yeah, we could have just done this all along then. Gave up on it too early. Oh. I have to deal with it. But then we can unjam the clock this way, right? Just unjam the bench, rather. One step at a time. Did it actually unjam, or do we need to do more? I think I might have done it. And finally, we have a bench here. Got the maggots out. So yeah, we could have done this ages ago. Saved ourselves quite a lot of trouble. Alright, well, the natural candidate for the remaining ingredient here is to return to that other bench. And we wanted to do that at some point anyway, so let's check it and see what happens. Also, oh, it's pretty quick actually, this projectile. And it has this downward angle to it, which leads me to think that if we're using it longer term, we should put it on down rather than on up. Because in combination with Curve Claw, then we can kind of angle the shots against both directions. Okay, we haven't been here in quite some time, so let's see if we recall what to do with this place. Are these big guys? Oh, let's see if we can run over to the trap. Oh, he just straight up breaks the trap. We're in great risk right now, only on 2 masks. That's okay, we're pretty close to the bench. It's not a big deal. I think it's a little more important at this stage to just not die here. But then if we do, we just go back there and we continue to the other bench. It's alright. String of rosaries here as well. Don't know how we didn't see that previously. Bit of environmental damage never hurt anybody except, well, that guy. How did we manage here with a double jump? Oh, over the left side, I guess. Oops. Let's tap this and just go. And we're just going to dive down to the level below and see what we can get. This was the flea location here much earlier. Go lower. And let's ask about the remaining item for the gourmand. This looks like it's potentially a silk eater. It is. Mistress, is the morsel I grew worthy? You must consume, consume, and become stronger. This is how I will serve my mistress. While you hunt, I will prepare morsels, always preparing them for my mighty mistress.
Yanara.
Continue this work if it pleases you, sir, but do not call me your mistress, for I am not. But you are a mistress, you are strong and I am weak. A slave, always your slave. But what about the food we're looking for? The one that you're always, rather, actually working for. So yeah, I guess this just gives you a silk eater. I don't know if it's something periodic or just one time. Seems clear to me, though, that we need to go further for the pickled muck maggot, that we will likely want to look for something in bile water. If we can even remember which NPCs we can interact with there. But we want to explore that anyway, just to see if we can map it out. So we'll be doing that. And failing that, we go back to the dining hall to ask for a clue, but I think it's pretty clear that pickled muckmag is going to be in this zone, or one quite close to it. Getting hit by everything here. Tap this one for silk, maybe? Couldn't quite hit it. Anyway, bile water, which we still need to map at some point. And which we have an easier time traversing. Now that we have double jump and grapple, neither of which we had previously when we came here and explored the whole thing. Oh, forgot which way the traps came in. We haven't been here in quite some time, so. Yeah, I never found any kind of map. Maybe there's a passage down here. I don't think so, though. This looks like it's just a trap. Oop, almost fell in. Luckily didn't. Yeah, let's see what we're able to traverse at this point that we could previously. Much easier to get up here with the double jump. Do hear this sound. Oh, whoa, that's unfortunate. Okay, didn't expect someone to try to loot me here. This looks fragile. No, it's not. I don't know what this area was all about then. Yeah, I guess pilgrims covered in muck. Putting their pockets rifle through. I'm sure I'd been there previously, so that just didn't reveal anything new to me, I don't think. Just a different NPC interaction. Is there something that we could have gone to on that side? Not yet, that we can see. Again, the main thing we need is really just a map. And these ones I remember being a pain to deal with. Also that we had come here previously and hit a bit of a dead end. Luckily we do have double jump now, and that might get us something new in this area. Oh, didn't expect the trap to come in that way. Yeah, it fell in down there. That's not a jumpable platform. So it was something we could have fought here previously. We've come here a few times and died here a few times. We never really knew what this was about, except maybe if we defeat that, then something might happen. I don't know. But we never knew what this area was for. Maybe it is just for trying to kill it. Because it seems perfectly safe down there in the muck, so we just need to... You know what? Trap it if we can. Okay, finally killed one. Still can defeat 14 more to complete the hunter's notes, so we're always off from doing anything with that. But I never managed to accomplish anything in this room, and yeah, there's even more of those that just come out and try to mob you, and so I really don't know what this room is for. I never found a use for it. Maybe there's something that you can hit from that platform. Oh, no. Well, got into maggots now. That's something we shouldn't have risked. Maybe you're supposed to, though. You sneak into some other location. Don't like it. I think we're likely to take a death if we don't shape up here. We just don't know what it's for. That entire room. Well, we can get back to the bench on the other side next to the mist. That will solve things. This might be new, coming up here. I don't think we were able to come up here previously. Oh, whoops. Don't want to take damage there, though. We might want to go for that bench first. Then come back to that room. We can. We're pretty close to the fast travel point. Nope. Never mind. Long ways out. But that's okay. We'll get back there. But yeah, that column going up, I think that bit I couldn't actually traverse previously, so that would be worth a look. That was a bit of a mess all around, though, so let's fix things up. Or we won't even be able to afford a map when we get to it. Good. Didn't need to spend a heal right away, of course, since we were only 2 masks down, but doesn't hurt, I suppose. Just rush through every trap. Oh, including that one. Yeah, we've been through both lower and upper route here previously. We've been through the upper route for sure. Is this something? It is not. Now we know the hard way. I don't think there's been a reason at any point to deliberately step into maggots. Apart from that one transitional area at the end of the mist. We're in big trouble. Let's try to tap that as much as we can. Tap it for silk. Try to lure it in and tap it for silk. Until we can get the maggots off and I get a heal, so I have to take this really slowly. Hopefully without dying. Just want to shake off the maggots first so we can actually have a chance at a heal. But it's gone now. Okay, this one's easy to tap at least in theory. Oh, except the maggots gradually eat your silk supply, and so it doesn't even help unless you can have a rapid series of taps to replenish. Let's just go back and forth to try to tap what we can. Whoa, that's close. I just ran straight into it. taps. The maggots eat everything. Maybe one more tap. Good. Okay, now we need to tap for heals. Very laborious process, but worth it if we don't make too many mistakes and don't just die immediately. Because currently I don't trust that I can get back to the cocoon safely. I guess that's what the silk eater is for if we're worried about the rosaries, but let's just tap into this as much as we can. Once we drop a heal for 4 points, we're in much better shape. Don't want to take risks though. Let's wait for that one to come down. There we go. A little more stable. Slightly. We might actually want to stabilize some more before the dart throwers take me apart. Where were we anyway? Here it is. That'll help a bit. Oh, we said we wanted to go to the right side first anyhow. So maybe we should consider that. Yeah, because this area here I don't think I would have been able to bounce up to in early attempts. The question is how to continue from here. It looks like there's a bounce that we need to do from below. On the other hand, we can grapple there. We can grapple there. The question is whether we can wall jump out of it afterwards. Doesn't look like we can. Okay. Got a wall cling of sorts. That's new. Or rather, that's the same one that we... Actually, no, that's new. Completely new. We'd better not fight it until we scout it here to see if maybe there's a safe place to stop first. Finally a map. Yeah, I guess this was not reachable for me until a certain set of traversal powers that we just didn't have the first time we came through Water. Chakra, you too brave these bogs. The heights of Farloom offer a harsh welcome. So winds my master's path, and so I follow. Yet true you speak, this is no place for me. A citadel's shadow falls heavy here. I can sense its horrid bulk besides. It is no surprise to see it choke these caverns dank and stagnant. That monstrosity of metal and stone cares not for the lands it consumes. Anyway, absolutely need this. It's been a long time coming. Let's take a look at Water, finally. So yeah, we see that when you go through the mist, it actually doesn't have a place on the map at all. It looks like it just is direct connection between Water and the exhaust section that takes you to the underworks. Interestingly enough, we didn't previously go to the mist on the left side of the passage to the underworks, and it looks like it is supposed to connect to Sinner's Road, which we didn't expect. Here in the exhaust organ, yeah, so there is a connection from there to Sinner's Road, and that's perhaps worth checking. I don't know, since we've successfully navigated the mist before, whether we need to redo very much of it. But that's something potentially we'll have to check. Also, big section up above us in Water once we get past that enemy. I think what we'll do is we will first go to the nearby bench and see what we can accomplish there before we come back up to this area to see if we can progress higher. Yeah, Water, rather large zone actually. It looks like it'll eventually maybe even connect back over to these passages that we see in Coral Chambers. We go far enough. Certainly looks like it's tiled in such a fashion that would permit that to be the case. Okay. I mean, we can see about this, just let's see what we can do. It's gonna spray like crazy. Like a horizontal version of what we've seen before. I wonder if we could, yeah, just use tools against it. Long pin might work. Whoop. Better heal up at the bench first, and then we'll come back here and consider the tools for the job. Very nice just to finally have a map here. So I think the first thing we'll do, well, first of all, trap's not going to work that well against that one. Should put curve claw back on top. Now conch cutter, if we can find a good position, that might work as a bit of a downward strike towards that. I think we'll actually go long pin though, because I think from a distance that might actually be what we need there for that enemy. We're going to check the mist side first though, just to see. Yeah, actually you just skip the mist entirely now. You just go directly to the solution at the end of this passage, which means we should go in and hit the bench there first. So once you've traversed the mist, you skip the mist. That said, it does mean that maybe we have another mist segment that we do need to traverse successfully. If we can find my bench. I think it was down below. Oh. You know what? Let's just kill it and then heal again. Because if I understand it correctly, if you want to find a connection point to Sinner's Road, then you need to solve another mist segment again. Or do you? If not. No, it just gets you directly back into Sinner's Road into a new room there. So yeah, I guess once you have hit a certain trigger, like perhaps entering Act 2, then the mist disappears. Once you've completed that passage once. Now, what is this? This looks like what the gates of the mist were previously. But it could be wrong. Let's see what we're connected to. We're connected this to the top of this room here in Sinner's Road. We've seen this top corner previously, but not connected it. Okay, so that just kind of creates a loop. And of course we'll dip in there unnecessarily. So yeah, I guess it is just a connecting passage unless I see something to indicate otherwise. Since the mist has lifted. So I guess the mist is just kind of a one-time zone then. There is something on that side that we can grapple over. Or is that just a shortcut? That's just a shortcut through what we were already doing. So nothing new in this room, it's just a connecting passage. As far as we can tell. Alright, then let's go back to the water side to see what we can accomplish. We need to hit the bench to shed the maggots once again. Have we really been down here very much? Yeah, no, that's just the Bell Beast station. Okay, let's cross over and let's explore upwards. Oops. Next room. Maggot avoidance is the important thing. Map is on the right side, but we've got a whole passage up top to attempt. That doesn't quite reach. Oh, that hits hard. Have to be really quite careful. Oh, nope. That was directional input error. Ugh, now we're in trouble. Maybe one of those that stays down once you kill it, though, so... Here we go. Obese offshoot of muck roaches. Born of the citadel's exhaust smog. The winged roach's sagging stomach is filled with sizzling bile. Okay, well, we got rid of it. Ellie did not die in this segment. While we jump across. Oh, and there's more. Bit of a problem, actually. We just need to grapple over to it and then stomp on top. Okay, that's fine. Drill would have been great here, actually. Oh, nope. Slipped. One little slip is all it takes. Okay, so... You know what? We're going drill. Long pin was pretty good there, but... They'd exhaust a lot of resources to do it, and... We don't have enough to replenish at the moment. Yeah, you can get on top of one of those... Spring in front of itself, so... I actually like the idea of going drill. Against it, as long as we execute it cleanly. Oh, there's a problem. Well, we'll just have to deal without heals then. I say as I take even more damage. Whoop, what a fall. What's a fall? All the way down. This big room. Amazing how dependent we become on the double jump in such a short time of having it. Yeah, once you get over them, then it's just a matter of finding the rhythm. Except we're going to get in big trouble here in a moment. Ah. Right up against the wall. Should have just gone around it and drilled it. We equipped the drill here for a reason. This is not the way we wanted to go anyway. We wanted to go down and to the right, but... Well, this time we successfully avoid the maggots. That's already... That could be a significant improvement. In terms of just being able to heal out of the first area. Using the grapple to get on top of those might be a good idea too. Oh. You know what? We can just skip it. We can regret that on the way falling back down. Probably missed something on the way up, but that's okay. This looks better. Let's see what this is before we proceed. This bro's racing, that's okay. We certainly don't mind that, as long as we don't forget that float is on the third jump now. This is still an issue. In the course of adjusting to having a double jump. No. Wrong side of the wall. But we did map out some of that, and we see that there was a right side passage that we didn't previously hit. Also a left side passage up top that I guess we didn't get close enough to approach just yet. It's alright, just mapping out steadily. Again, possible to just go around if you're careful. So we didn't check this bit earlier. It does connect up top through a different passage, but not before going through something to the right. We should go back and get that cocoon before we get too deep into something like this, but it seems like a bit that soft map as well, so we may as well check it. A lot going on all over the place here, actually. Let's get the cocoon first. Okay. No, just a trap, that's all it is. Shortcut for the double jumpers, I guess. That connects to a hall passage to the right side. Let's go here first so we can grab the cocoon bench up top. Okay, that's important. That's what we were going for. Oh. Okay, just pop this right away. Now we're in trouble. Nope. Bad landing. That's okay. We know there's a bench in that section though that we're going for now. So that will be a reason to climb. Before we proceed further into that section of bottled water. Oh. It's okay. Sure, I guess that'll work. It would be nice to tap that for a bit more silk, but we'll take what we can get. Yeah, I could do a more distant swipe against big ones. Beginning to see the case for that infinite wall cling accessory. Oop. Just not miss everything here. That would have been quite a fiasco. Oh. Like I was saying. Well, we could at least get back to the cocoon without too many mishaps and incidents. That'll already be a big improvement. Indeed, over here. Okay, so we go further up here. We're to go for that bench. Let's heal up first, since we can. Yeah, we've been above this. Yeah, that's way out of position. No, terrible. Absolutely terrible. No. Straight into the cone. It goes really far. Just an absolutely massive spray. Hopefully the cocoon is accessible because it's not in a particularly desirable position, just down there by the maggots. Not that we have too much currency bound up there since we just spent on the map. Nope. Oh, didn't even get up to the cocoon that time because we just missed a swipe. I'm always a little late on that swipe, I think. Because it's got a longer range than I think, and then... That's okay, like I said, we really didn't lose very many rosaries that time, I think. We just spent on the map. And haven't really collected very much since. Okay, at least we can tap it. Not that we can do very much. Apart from spot a heal. Oh, you know what? Didn't see this previously, except we're big trouble. Afraid rosary string, at least is a string. Oh. We're getting that bench. Oh, we still have to climb quite a bit further. Yeah, because we went up the left side this time, not the right side column. This is where we went the first time we came here. Nope. Poor positioning. Usually we only bump into that guy once, not twice in a row. Ugh. Oh, he's firing just a little bit too low. Or in the wrong direction. Right, because that's how we came up the right side previously. I guess we should go up the left for the cocoon. It's just a matter of coming up this passage. Tapping this one for the heal that we can. No, you see, it just totally zones you out of here. And we're just gonna die again, aren't we? We can grab Silk off the cocoon. We gotta heal. On the other hand, we can grab the cocoon and still get knocked back by absolutely everything, so... Back to the same spot we go. Yeah, we just back out of that one first when it comes up. But we were clearly getting pretty close to bench location we're going for, so just need to not make so many mistakes along the way. Oop. Okay, much better shape than we were in before, coming into this room. Ugh. Okay, better. One more part of the climb, and then should be bench, probably on the left side. That place that has been blacked out still on the map. Getting closer. Okay, good. The bench is just available right away instead of... Oh. Okay. I hadn't seen something like that in a while. I mean, you know, the first game was perfectly capable of pulling this stuff, but... I guess it did look pretty rickety. Let's take a look at this again. Now there's a pit there, conspicuously. Whether there was anything we could have done differently here. Maybe not. I mean, no bench anymore, so. Nope. And of course we get smoked right there. Alright, back down to the lower position we go. Now it looked like it was somewhere that you could fall in from up top. But I think we just need to proceed to some of the other rooms and see what we can discover. Rather remarkable that I managed to evade all that. Well, we should go for the cocoon first. I'm not sure how necessary that really is, given that we didn't really have too many rosaries to speak of there. Whoops. That's okay. Didn't really need to go there anyway. Whoops. No, it's the same position that we had trouble with previously. What a trap. Nope. I keep thinking I'll get a better bounce off of those than I will, and then there goes however many rosaries that we're carrying there. I don't think it was very much. So. Oh, nope. Not the kind of spiky obstacles that you can just bounce on when you grapple into them. Quite unlike some of the other ones in the game. Well, might as well recover that for the silk. Even if we have nothing on it rosary-wise anymore. We equipped a drill here. We haven't actually used it for its intended purpose of stomping these guys, but when we're in a position where it's critical to do so. Also, we're trying to go up. So, let's get back up and try to continue here. straight into maggots. Terrible. Oh, what a long shot. I think we're going to have silk problems here pretty soon, too. Yeah, let's poke this one from below. I think we have to. Nope. Zoning everything else out. Otherwise. Good. Oh. Bit low. Good thing we got out of there once we noticed. Nope. Close, but not quite. We need to dash forward first, I think, and then grapple. Well, let's see. Okay. Can we get somewhere safe here? Trying to get into a position where we can get any kind of healing going on again. Again, probably no point in going up at this stage unless there's a right side wall that we can climb, because the bench, of course, will end up being a fake out. However, looks like you could potentially climb up a right side wall from that side after all, so let's see what we can do. I think we need to tap whoever's here to just try to build up meter again quickly. It's 2 taps, so we don't kill it just yet. It would be more efficient to do this up. By stomping on one of the big guys, except our timing for that has been totally shot. And of course, the more we fall back into the maggots, the more trouble we have building sufficient meter to shrug them off. Ah, they're too close. Okay, good. And those do respawn even when you kill them, so no reason not to just kill them. Build up a bit more silk every round. Until we can get a heal down over here. Much better. Okay, we should try to go up top here because it's awfully suspicious. So we're coming up here anyway because of the bench fake out. Nope, that's a problem. Well, now we'll need to probably go for a heal again, so... This at least is a safe position. And also one that allows me to build sufficient healing. Good. I think we had checked up here, but we can't actually go any further up. At least not with my current set of tools, by the looks of it. So in that case, we should back down and go right. Well, that's a lot that's trapped over here. Very ominous. Do we find something right away, or do we get a chance to free anything here? I think we're all... Oh, okay. They're still able to say something. All your wishes, none beyond, all hours. That sounds suspicious, but we're, once again, a long ways off from any kind of bench, so... Yeah, it's just one of these guys again, but... Lots of traps all over. Oh, I saw that, but we couldn't bait it in time. This looks conspicuous and glowing. This is a trap down here. Do we want to spring it? Yes. Just to see. No, that's just a pit then. It's just a failure point. Well, let's go up first. We can always fall back down afterwards. Oof. Gonna tap something for heal soon. Oh. Getting very low. Very deep into the section. And of course now we have no heals available because of the maggots. Okay, so we're going to have quite a time getting back here. We don't manage to stay alive. Right. At least theoretically possible to heal now. We would need to tap that repeatedly first. No. And there we go. It's bad timing. Well, that was a very long ways out. Very long ways out. We should probably check that lower room first in case there is actually an alternative bench there. absolutely massive section, actually. Unfortunate. You know what? Not dealing with it. Let's just grab this verse. Well, sometimes they spawn, sometimes they don't. Yeah, because maybe we could have done something to create a better shortcut in this section. If we traverse to that right side room that looks like a dead end instead. Probably worth a check, given that we don't really have rosaries to recover. Okay, up this section, and then we'll see what we can do in the top right. Well, not ramming into anything too sharp, at least. Not this time. Oh. Well, we've reached something. Memory locket. Okay, that's it. We're sitting on a ton of memory lockets. 9 of them, since we haven't really been bothering to plug in the upgrades on the other crests. At this point, we have so many of them, we can just plug them in, I think, and not worry too much about them. But I think I want to collect more crests first, just to see if there's one that comes off as miraculous. Although I've become so accustomed to playing Reaper for most of the game, apart from certain segments where we switch to Beast or anything like that. Occasionally Hunter. We haven't played Wanderer at all, really. The Dagger class, just a little too short range for the learning run through the game, I think. Maybe we want to do something a little more advanced. Look at that reach. What an incredible reach on that. Okay, we know from previous experience we want to poke this guy from below. I said poke, not whatever it was we just did. We can do this safely enough to, well, yeah, it's, silk. Replenish health, that would be nice. If not, I guess we're losing another cocoon. Okay. Something there at least. Right, that's section where we want to go. Jump, jump. No, forward, then grapple. Oh, that's a problem. Nope, too low. Have to get out of there very quickly if we see it just going. Nope. It was just in this segment, so can we make it across? And oh yes, this is the bit where we could tap the first enemy here if we want to build up just a little bit of silk. We're gonna do that. Otherwise we're not surviving this. Oh, of course, now we need to use much of that silk just to shed the maggots once again. Okay, then let's laboriously work our way forward until we have a means to get a couple of masks back. Get up to at least 5 without stepping into the magazine and having to redo this again. I don't want to go an additional round, since I think your point does kind of count here. Just one more round to build a bit more silk. Okay, let's go. Carefully. Okay, got past this. We were actually quite a bit deeper before where we dropped the cocoon. reminded traps. Quite a few of them. Okay, so there is a top passage that we didn't really look like. Oh, that's got a lot of traps over there, that's why we didn't. But it goes you over to maggots, so we do want to take that section. We just need to trigger everything first. Oh, whoops. We can get over to Cocoon, and we'll have enough silk to grab one heal at least, as long as we don't step in maggots. Good. Now this section, something to the right, something to the left. Surely one of them might be a bench. But we will check. Bit of a tricky location down there though. Whoop, nope, maggots it is. Well, if it's maggots anyway, then let's just check the right side and see what's going on. Shell shards, we could take that. We've been pretty short in replenishment. Can actually tap quite a bit off the top corner here, I think. Won't get us out of maggot trouble, unfortunately. Not enough silk. I've been able to weave in here very successfully. We're losing all our silk along the way too. Nope, this is looking deadly. Nope, and then that's it. That was right off that platform on the side as well, where it was clearly an exit of some sort. Yeah, what an absolutely massive stretch. I wonder if we did, well, given that there was the broken bench there, miss a bench somewhere, but at the same time, it would be a proportionate challenge to traverse all of this for what is presumably going to be the final part of the weapon upgrade quest. Because that's required a couple of pretty big tasks when it comes to getting each part, and this is the 5th and final one, so... We'll see what we can do about that. Yeah, you would think that somewhere along this climb, maybe the fake out did have a retrieve there some after all that I just missed along the way and didn't check for, but can't really rely on that being the case. Nope. That's good. We got just enough silk to rescue ourselves from this very dire situation. One rung and to the right. Ugh. Again, this one has to be taken out. The more silk we get off of it, the better. Good. Okay, at this point, actually right side was fine. That is where we wanted to go. Okay, way better situation than usual getting here with a full complement of masks. Nope. Wow, there we go. Maggots galore. I think I'm actually going to refresh this room just to shed the maggots, since we have a clear opportunity to do so right here. There we go, much better. Now let's not get into the same problem right away. Whoops. Okay, a little bit further. Dart thrower nearby though. Doesn't have to go fast against the traps. Mostly. Okay, now this is the tricky bit. Especially if we get maggots all over us. Having some trouble sometimes with our swiping direction has really been the main liability here. Because those do respawn since you seem to need them for the platforming. Sometimes we just need to do a very firm pointing down in order to get to where we need. Oh, and look at that. Thought we had a landing spot there. That was the cocoon. That was right beside the platform where we needed to go. Very close, but... Nope. So there is something up top, but we really need to heal up first. Yeah, we really should check the top of that room where we just were, but... This looks like it's heading towards something significant. Kind of like an abandoned village overrun with maggots. It's a fight. That's a big problem for me because we are nowhere near any kind of save. Okay. Okay, we need some heals. Who knows how many rounds this will go, right? So. You can kind of see their spawn positions at least. Oh, that's new. Downward spears, okay. Who's next? Oh, that's a big trap. Okay, this we can do. Maybe. Once we handle it with care. This is an opportunity to build heals if we just are a bit careful. Good. Let's grab some silk off of that. Okay, who's next? Combination of these. Oh, that was not what I thought it was. I thought I had a trap. I was actually on drill. Okay, now we're in big trouble because I totally misread which power I was holding. However, drill can take that out. Oh. We're in peril. Nope, I was trying to dash into it, but no, our silk was locked down. Okay, that is a long, long way. But it is doable. And it clearly loops around. So that spot where we lost a bench, is there really no alternative? I mean, it wasn't a top spot in the top right room that we didn't completely finish looking at, and it would sort of make sense that it would be something around that location if it's close to a big fight. But we'll see. I mean, it is perhaps meant to be a big challenge. Because it's a long way back. Longest run we've had in the game, almost. Maybe. I think it is. Probably because we just missed something, but... Well, that bench fake out exists for a reason. Okay. Let's think about this. Up we go. Yeah, I wonder if we could have done something to follow up on that collapsed bench. But I don't really see it. Oh. Nope, too low. I mean, imagine doing all this with something other than a Reaper. And having to aim quite a bit differently on every bounce. Yeah, Wanderer also has the direct downward spike. But at a shorter range, I think. Haven't really played with it much. It has a shorter attack time, so maybe that's actually better for positioning yourself over a moving target so you don't get into the situation we were in, where we were very often late on a downward swipe against the larger enemies that are bobbing up and down. Nope, too low. That one's always a bit of a stretch. I wonder if there's a better way to do it. Yeah, nice long swipe on that one. You know, I bet the way to do it is that you don't kill the enemy here, because then that becomes your platform. But no, I don't like that. Or rather, you get the bounce when that respawns. Yeah, it's supposed to be based on that bounce. You're not supposed to just jump it directly. Nope. Nope, still too low every time. Nope. Don't really quite have a technique down to bounce off of that one, so. Okay, better just go with this. We go right. So that's on the assumption that we never were supposed to get a bench, given that none was made available when we fell down the pit. Nor was anything mapped to show us otherwise. Unless there was maybe a second room on the side that gives us another bench or something. I don't think I'll try for it necessarily. Let's just go for the throw over here. Nope, and of course we just blew that immediately. Okay, let's try to shed the maggots. No, and then fall right back down. Yeah, no wonder this is such a massively long run. There's so much that can go wrong along the way, and you don't have to necessarily shed the maggots, but it just resolves so many problems later if you do, and creates so many problems later if you don't. And so, strong incentive to just play this really slowly, but then it means it's going to take us ages just to get back to that fight. Okay. Nope. That helps at least. Oh, surprise. Losing a lot of health to those darts. We'll need to tap into something else pretty quickly here just to heal up again. If we could find something safe to tap. Okay, that'll work. Close one there, but then problem once again. What do we have up here? Just rosaries, which I'm sure we'll promptly lose, so. However, if we get back to the cocoon, at least we'll be able to pick up enough silk to heal out some of this, at least. Now, the fight itself doesn't seem too bad if we stabilize. But the fact that it was such a massive marathon run here, with about a, I don't know, 20-minute run back or something, that creates a certain measure of risk. It is still kind of suspicious that that bench spot that collapsed didn't have something like a consolation or replacement bench nearby. But I guess that's, again, very much the point. Like, a lot of things are pointing to this being a big capstone reward, like the one that you need for Great Taste of Arloon. I can't imagine what else would be. Given this much work that goes into this section. However, do we... Oh. Spring every trap up here. Okay. Yes, we did, but we didn't find a way to heal up from the energy that we have here either, so I guess we get a little bit of silk back. But still no bench or anything. No. That's okay, that's still stable. Not ideal, but once we get silk back from the cocoon, we can get back up to full. Assuming no maggots. Actually, we can just do it now. Okay, we can get fully loaded again going into this fight. And maybe things are not in too dire a state. Can't go over it. Alright, so we saw a couple of different waves. Some of the big ones, Stilken Trappers. So they just attack down. We were previously just using Curve Claw to get around them. And it's probably still fine. Once again, we have to remember that we are still on... What was it? Sharp Dart and Drill. I actually think for this fight, if we have to rethink it, we might actually want to go Threadstorm for it. Just given the nature of the enemies we're facing. But if we can drill down to some of the enemies that spawn directly below us, I think actually that could get through things quickly. Whoop. Yeah, just kill it instantly like that. Drill works very well against it, actually. Good. Oh, except these ones are getting way above me here. Nope. Okay. Almost hit maggots there. I want to go Curve Claw against it, I think. There we go. Just a single one will do. Up. Oh, got whacked by that. Didn't expect a big trajectory. Now, last time we used this as our replenishment chance. We're careful about it, we still can, but we do need to be careful. Let's try to hit one at a time and try not to get caught. We're getting caught. Oh, and we've got maggots, so now no heals. So we're probably dead. Managed to shed that at least. But again, no heals. Yeah, we have to watch out for that trap that smokes us quite the way it does. Let's try to whip it like that. Okay, got it. Now we still need to reload against something though. Okay, we stood in an okay position for this. Did we? Oh, problems. Problems again. Oh, we need to avoid that vertical attack if we can. If we avoid the vertical attack, maybe we're okay. Nope, got it. I lost track of my own position. There was just too many things going on. I think Red Storm kind of makes sense here. Not that it makes much of a difference because currently, I mean, we're dealing with, first of all, the maggots, and secondly, trying to save some of this for heals, so... But let's go Threadstorm anyway for a group fight like that. I think that makes sense. Again, this is such a long run. I don't even know if we'll finish this part today, just given what a big stretch it is. I really feel like it's somewhat likely that we just straight up missed a bench. But it's hard to tell what to make of that one fake-out bench that was in there. So we have to watch out for the traps between phases, but we did find a safe spot to stand for those. So we just have to keep those in mind. If it is something like the fifth part of the gourmet quest, I'm not surprised that it would be something that would be such a huge marathon run, given that was also the case with the courier delivery segment. That was for the third dish. Not hitting any of these accurately. Yeah, we're just slipping quite a bit here. Need a little bit of silk for replenishment, and then at least we'll stabilize. I am tempted to check that bench room on the left, but it is difficult to get to, and so might not actually be worth it. Okay, at least that gets you the silk required. Only to get blown away by this guy again. And again. Nope. Yikes. It does seem like an implausibly long run, but at the same time I can imagine that it could be the case. Just given the nature and scope of the challenge here. Oh, no, no, and that's it. Yeah, that's not even halfway. That's about halfway. We've got to be missing something. Next attempt we make on the fight itself may be the last for today, because it is once again about a 20-minute run back, and so we can only get back to that one so many times today, unless we figure out that there's some kind of bench that we're missing that's very close by. But again, if it does turn out to be the fifth part of the weapon upgrade quest, I would not be surprised if what we see is what we get when it comes to the save point placement. Oh, no. Couldn't make the height. Ugh, and we're probably just dead again. That's okay. Nothing to lose really when it comes to the cocoon itself. We've gotten ourselves into such a terrible state to begin with. No, and then this spot is a trap. We know that from having looted it previously, so yeah, just losing cocoon after cocoon. That looks bad. It's okay. Got out of the megas at least. Okay, not going to lose too much to this one this time. Oh, no. Just poor aim on that, really. Okay, back here. So, again, bit of a climb up to the vent spot. Bit risky. And we better heal up in this spot here because, once again, we found ourselves in too much trouble. This one has to go down. We know that from experience at this point. Okay. Not quite enough silk to work with. No, and then this spot here. Oops. Okay, this location you can replenish as much as you like. And we'll take it as cautiously as before. Maybe once we refresh off of this one, we can do a check at the bench location, the former bench location, to see if we did in fact miss a replacement bench there. I doubt it, but I have to check these things. Because this is where we dropped out after losing the bench, but then... Yeah, no, it's just maggots all the way across now. No, there's no way. Oh. Yeah, there isn't really a natural mercy bench location there that suggests itself. Okay. Let's not hit the maggots right away here. Oh. Wrong button there. Still have some muscle memory issues sometimes, I think, when it comes to harpoon versus dash. Nope. Almost landed in the maggots. Luckily didn't. You have to watch traps. Wonder, actually. So here's another location that we didn't check, this corner here. Is this just traps, or is there actually something worth looking at? It's just traps. Okay. Just another maggot zone. We had to check that one though. Nope, there we go, maggots. I'll take all the get out of this one. And then, yeah, disaster. Absolute disaster. Then maybe we can get some silk off of these. Maybe that's the point. I think that is the point, actually, with this room, that you can just refresh. And tapping all of these. We want to do so carefully. We don't want to lose all of a sudden to jumping into the wrong position coming into this room. Better build up a little bit more. Just to be cautious. Of course, just to lose that immediately, that 1 point of health that we worked for so painstakingly. This room looks too suspicious. I mean, we got shells off of it, but... I guess it is technically a replenishment room, we just don't get a better bonus out of that as well, like some additional amenity beyond just being able to grind it out. Let's grind out just a little bit more of it while we still able to build up a bit of silk. Since we kind of have to get to the maggot zone anyway, I think. Well, you can technically grapple across and maybe double jump across and get out of that position, but I feel like we want enough going on that we can shed maggots right away if disaster does in fact happen. Okay. And indeed it happened, so. No. No. Ugh. Okay. Let's tap the ones on this side once again, and if we wind up back in the bottom anyway, we really do have to shed maggots, only get them back immediately, and so why is it such a long return to the other fight? Well, it's critical that we don't lose to that too badly. Once again, we did switch back to Thread Storm. I should not forget that. Mid-fight. Okay, actually made it. Nope, go on. No, just can't always swipe in the right direction. No, and then there we go, there's megas. Well. Okay, we have to do this again. Yeah, it's such a massive effort just to get to the fight here. That's okay, we do roughly have a method for the fight. We are a little low on things like curve claws. We need to not whiff so much with the drill. Not in a safe position. not get hit by the traps as they swing between phases. That was absolutely a bit of a liability. Let's build up just a little bit more meter in case we have maggots. Once more. Just a little bit more to work with. One more round. Of course, ideally we just don't hit the maggots at all if we are careful. Definitely some erroneous forward swipes as we change direction midair. Okay, we've been up top. We don't need it. We do need to get back to the fight over here. Did I completely skip my own cocoon earlier? Yeah, we don't need it. We didn't actually pick up a meaningful number of rosaries. We're not going back for that, obviously. It is strange that there would be the upper location over here that's just traps. I think it's just traps. Okay, not the best shape. Right, and we don't have a cocoon here to pop for silk immediately because we didn't die here on the last attempt. That's actually going to make a material difference. Oh, maggots. Immediately. Ugh. Absolutely miserable already. I thought we had a strategy for these with a drill. Nope. Like I said, 20-minute run back. Okay, one more go at it. We barely got to see it fight. Didn't even get past phase 2 that time. Nope. I think we need faster methods through this section in particular so we don't get stuck for as long against this kind of thing, which is double taps you like that. Oh, that's not even where we wanted to go. Let's... Oop, no, and... No, that was a trap. I keep mixing up that location with the one that's actually a passage to the right. What an absolute marathon. I'm sure it will be very satisfying once I make it through it, but we don't know how many enemy waves we're dealing with up top. After our experience in the forum in the Citadel, I think we've been taught a lesson in assuming too much about how long or how short those are going to be. Nope, it's exactly the wrong spot. Okay. Nope. Well, let's see what the trouble spots are going to be this time when we push through. Pretty rare that we get a nice tidy run all the way back up to the top. Oh. All that work just to get busted a bit by that guy, but that, well, can be managed. Okay. Oh, nope. Almost touched it. Still think it's really suspicious that, you know, it's such a run that I'm not exactly sure whether to believe the game that there's nowhere to rest along the way, but Well, almost at the turnaround. Back to the left. Okay, got back over. Almost back to the fight. We should actually reload a little bit into it. Or we could get completely zoned out over here and strongly consider going back to that lower right position where we can replenish back to full. Might not be too much of a point in going into this fight this week. This week as in W-E-A-K, as in this. Held back by our health pool. And the fact that we have maggots. Is there really nothing up here? Truly don't trust this. Now, I guess one thing about this room is that you don't need to go all the way back to the bottom corner. You can go back to this room, and it does give you some enemies to tap for replenishment. The traps do get restored, though, so we do need to be careful. Because we just tapped that one, and we can actually stabilize in this room. Just need to come up immediately so we don't get hit by the trap. That way we can get some of the silk back in order so we don't have maggots up and running. Oop. And we'd prefer not to. Okay, another round for the heal. Getting pretty close to it. Now I have to remember our cocoon situation. Is that we already broke it, which is that we are not going to get silk at the beginning of the fight, so let's just silk up now just in case. Oh, whoops. Stepped right through the trap. That was a very delayed trap. Well, I guess we need to heal up again then once we get in closer. Yeah, very long trap. But yeah, next attempt at the fight at the end of this corridor I think has to be the last one today. So we should make the most of it. Okay, we don't need a full bar necessarily. We need enough to go on for this area just in case. I guess eat into the meter. That'll be good. Okay, long corridor. And then into the fight. And then we have to watch out for the traps and all that. There's a lot to watch. Including, well, right off the bat. Gotta heal up. No choice. But we'll get some silk back. Not the best situation, but it's been worse. Okay, for first round we drill. We drill down into the first spawns that we can. Wait a minute. Good. Yeah, these get really high up above you, so you have to be really quite careful with them. Not fight over the middle if you can't see the ground. Fresh. Oh, okay. Nope, maggots. This guy just needs to refresh out of it. We're at full health. We have a chance. Shit that. Okay, could be a lot worse. Nope. Not in the maggots. I need the next heal. No, a hand again. Okay, this is getting pretty rough. That's all for today. That's all for today. We rarely had to have a situation where we had to break an encounter like this between sessions, but yeah, between just the length of the run and some of the trouble that we were having diving straight into the maggots. And it's all just about playing cleaner. We got quite a few waves in, even on the early attempt against it. But we clearly need a better solution against the ones that are throwing downwards. And those ones, because they gain so much height that I usually can't get above them, which has been my strategy for so many of the different enemy encounters in situations like these. So we found that Curve Claw was pretty effective against them, but of course, you know, we do have a limited bank of resources for that. We found also that, well, I mean, I didn't really get a turn to land Threadstorm against them, and we have silk issues in general if we landed maggots, so that kind of has to be the priority for something to avoid. 06i, you're saying this was an evil bench location. Well, yeah, I mean, I think the challenge is the run up there. The fight itself is just a capstone. Absolutely the longest run in the game that we've seen so far. Longer than the entirety of some of the courier escorts, I think. In terms of how many complications there are along the way as well. But that's the nature of the challenge, and I'm sure that if it is, as I suspect, gating off the 5th part of Great Taste of Farloom, it is something quite intentional. That it's making you work, is making you sweat, because this is very significant. It is ultimately how we're going to trade up to the Pinmaster's Oil, and that may be a pretty significant power spike that I guess we just have to earn. That's assuming a lot, of course. It could just be, I don't know, a flea in the back or something. I wouldn't put it past this game to do that, given how certain other places have worked in the past. But yeah, I was hoping to really end on a conclusive note today, but it is such a long run that we have to give this a concerted effort in the next session instead. And any of those rosaries along the way were pretty much a write-off. That's okay. Still a decent amount of progress today, given that we covered all of the Sands of Karak and a good chunk of the blasted steps leading up to that. We got the crust nut off of the Goral Tower. So, actually quite a lot done in that segment of the stream, and then we did finally map Bile Water, which was necessary. I actually only just noticed that this was marked as the town of Bilehaven. I hadn't really even paid attention to the fact that it was a named settlement, but the fact that it is a named settlement tells me that, you know, this is a significant moment here with a non-trivial reward. That's all we have time for today. There's going to be a lot more Bile Water in this same stretch on the next stream, I'm sure. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining me through that ordeal. I mean, practice is practice. And it makes, if not perfect, then certainly a whole lot more silk. Until next time, have a wonderful day or night ahead of you, depending on your time zone, and enjoy everything you may be playing or making. Until next time, as always, fare thee well.